don't know why I had to refresh Twitch on my laptop to get the stream started. Hey everyone. Hi Taika. Hi Chris.
Twitch doing Twitch things.
Hey viewers.
We got screaming Skepsies now.
Are you enjoying the music? Why so specific, Taika? Hi, Green Wolves.
The wolves, they are green.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. He has a Turner Beam.
Heard you talking shit.
Talk shit, get the pain split.
I go over here and be like, you better have a good session. Or else Caster's butt is getting kicked. Wait, why Caster specifically?
Why me?
Is it because he's the squishiest?
Caster is like the only one he can take. Oh, is that why?
Yeah, it's fucking a Turner Beam. I wouldn't count on that. Thank you for the sub, DJ Nightfire.
I'm surprised you're not saying Padrock's the one you could take.
I'm pretty sure Caster's the only one who's usually taking things. Does he have Covet anymore?
I don't think so.
Anyways,
Techie, Tech and Windy up here.
super windy.
Padrock would beat you with his staff until he asked him to please stop.
I still gotta fix that double notification sound. Eventually, DM. I think when we hit 5 minutes, we can start journals. Which of you want to start?
Mindset Levi.
Do you have a Journal 8000?
I do.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
read his.
Why do I need to start?
Because I answered this question first.
Well, straight rolled a D2, so.
I was about to say we do have. Did you ever put the Rochambeau macro in?
The what?
Rochambeau.
I have it.
I was asking if 8000 put it in. We can just use that instead.
Oh,
I
I
have no idea what Rochambeau is.
It's rock paper
no,
scissors.
I've not put the macro in. I have enough macros.
I can give it to you as soon as I find it again.
But it means I can have a whole bunch of macros along the bottom of my screen.
You don't have to put it on your screen. Just to the
You
side.
really don't.
I only have 3 on my screen.
What 3 do you have? I have Initiative, Image, End Turn, Agile, Strong, Breath of Life, Initiative Down, Initiative Up, and Scorching Spear.
I have 7. I have
Even
initiative,
I-
turn end, agile, strong, initiative, up, down, and Jirachi heal. That's it.
I have Agile Strong, Turn End, and when I click on Levi's token, Initiative Dodge, Initiative Up, Down, Dodge. Those 4 only appear when I click Levi's token. Otherwise, I have no other macros.
Magical.
There should be an option to. You have either A, put it in bar, or B, show as token action.
Mhm.
That's how I keep it limited.
You don't want to know all the macros I have.
Oh, I bet you got a bunch.
I have 2 rows of macros.
Like in my bar, I have 14.
I have 7.
But I'll go ahead and just grab the macros that I made for this and put in players only.
Oh yeah, Chris was telling me something about in another PMD campaign that if Aluvi was in that and he had the Jirachi as his patron, he would have Doom Desire. And I was like, oh, that's a scary thought.
Look at Pan.
Some people do not need this. Aluvi be one of them.
Look
You made
at
the
Pan,
nicest
look
guy.
at Sapphire.
So you made the nicest guy use Doom Desire. What did you do?
So, who we got going first?
What's it, Bryce?
Fine. And I'm gonna close my door.
I'm going to copy this into the chat. Hopefully it whispers to everyone at once. There we go.
I see it.
Don't read it out.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it myself.
A legend told, a legend past, a story most tell from start to last, and with energy and vigor is told slow and fast till I can't focus enough to finish this. Can someone explain what in Archie's name just happened? I was fine. I was just going along with everything. Not sweating the small stuff. Just trying to keep going, keep doing the mission, keep focused. Fight the distortions, keep going. Let Caster get this freaking god rock, keep going. Fight a god of time, and I have time to think. What the fuck? We just fought Primal Dialga. No, they say it was a distortion. When? Why didn't it glow like one? How did it get a proper form? It was still the story with and how effective we were against the fighting it, and we were. I just applied what the stuff that Caster taught me to even make damage on that thing. It made sense. And then the freaking watch that Glacialis had just kept going off about temporal anomalies, and then they passed out from temporal anomalies. Yes, plural. We stopped them and we still had problems. Since when were the distortions still able to do that much? I mean, I know they're born from distortions, but oh shit. Okay. I don't need disaster sense to feel that the world's going screwy. My marks are acting up from it, and they don't feel good. I can only imagine what Apollo's going through, no less his parents. If Patrick's getting visions, I sure as hell hope he can at least help us somehow get out of this mess. Aluvi's rocks are probably shimmering in concern, and Caster, I don't fucking know. Maybe Eternatus left the shit that's balancing out for him. What the hell do we do now? How the hell do we actually repair this crap? I need to what? I don't know, I'm talking as I'm writing again. Great. Is this the part where people say they need a drink? End of entry.
I need a drink.
What's up?
Hydrate.
Also, as a side note, it wasn't Glacialis' Aether unit, it was Fierme's.
Someone's watch was going off. You think he paid attention?
Someone didn't turn off their damn alarm.
Then the Glaceon turned off instead.
They put him on sleep mode.
I needed sleep mode. Doing this stupid job too much, fucking Dialga.
Pet Douglas. Pet Douglas. Pet
Speaking of
Douglas.
Dialga, he came right back after.
So, Badrock.
Please.
One moment. There we go. All right. Diary entry number 38. Things just took a turn for the very concerning. Even with all the things we've encountered, I never thought it would be a time-blocked area. And even if, not until we were much closer to taking down the cult. I kind of wish it hadn't been indicative of such a great peril. Seeing the world like that was beautiful. Getting to walk through a moment and just looking over that moment in time was almost magical. The only major downside of the exploration itself was when it came to water. I could only step on it. Minor grip aside, the real issue wasn't what it was, but what it meant. We didn't even get out of town before we were back to fighting distortions. After finally getting a taste of using Dad's combo, it is a pest to have to deal with things that just can't sleep. Whatever intelligent force that's behind these distortions is up to its classical mind games with copying our families now. I tried not to look when it came to my turn to take a shot at my mom, but the attack came out a little aggressive, which is odd. It's not like I have any anger. While mind tricks can only get you so far, the raw power it takes to imitate the Master of Time is on a whole different level. I even felt time itself shift when it made to make a strike that should have gone past me, instead plunged straight into my chest. And thanks to a lack of attention, I got to experience a taste of the timeout Seneschal was in. One moment I was in mid-stride, the next, Olivia was next to me with Apollo somehow having wings. And just when the Dialga had been defeated, Faramy's device went off with warnings of mass temporal anomalies. I suspect the shock from feeling them knocked Glacy out. And then the real Daniel showed up and didn't have to tell me twice to leave. Accelerated end of the world aside, I'm getting concerned about Castor. He seems to be struggling with granting us boosts of power, or as if the power is struggling against him. Either way, it's clear alternatives to him and are not seeing eye to eye. And since we found another one of the chunks of the tower, it's likely that this issue is going to escalate. End of entry number 38.
Well, at least one of us is calm.
Like outer Aluvi, I'm
One of
fine.
us is
Inner
weak.
Aluvi,
Sorry, what did you say, Bryce?
I said at least one of us is calm.
I wouldn't know about calm.
Either way, hello, Portia.
Yeah. All right.
that has to get their 2 cents in.
So if we are all ready,
Also, that mass whisper. Oh boy, Glacy. I am concerned about
Smile.
what this means.
everyone loaded in.
That mass
The
whisper,
next
was it the
one.
same? Was it the same for
Nope.
everyone?
It was different for everyone.
Ah,
Which explains why not to read it out loud.
hmm You can react to it.
So is this like a dream thing that happens?
Wait, so this is oh. Okay.
yeah. Luffy's gonna kind of shoot up out of his bed and just kind of look around like, oh. Okay.
Badrock slowly sits up in his bed, looking around before The details seem to catch up with him as he turns, looks at the wall, and just feels it, as if expecting something to be there that there isn't.
Ah, see.
Did anyone else have a nightmare?
So you see Levi visibly send off electricity as they shoot up awake. It doesn't hit anybody, but it was basically a massive discharge as he shoots up and looks around quickly.
That's a case of hit the deck!
Bedrock sits over the bed. Yeah, nightmare's a good way to put it. You okay, Levi?
He's just quiet looking around, just trying to assess where he is before putting a hand on his chest and just leaning back against the bed. I'm gonna ask me that again in like half a minute.
Apollo has his head buried under his pillow with his horn poking out from the other side. He's got both paws just on top of the pillow, pressing it down. He's trying to fall back asleep.
Well, I can guess that not everyone had nightmares if Apollo's trying to go back to sleep, whatever he's doing. Apollo, please.
What?
Honestly, just glad to see the building intact.
Building a what is that supposed to mean?
Before we continue, what about Caster?
Caster's just gonna slowly pull himself to his feet and effectively fall out of bed, barely catching himself.
Are you gonna be alright there, Caster?
I didn't sleep well.
None of us did last night.
What I saw was quite disturbing. Is this... Are these nightmares this similar to what you had, Padrock? I think I'm starting to understand.
No, last night's was different. I mean, did you have the same nightmare?
I don't know. What did you see?
Well, all the structures looked like they'd gone through a fresh wave of destruction, that's for sure. Well, fresh is the wrong word there, but... How about the rest of you?
I
A lot better.
felt like I was all alone. Everyone was looking at me like I made some sort of mistake, and... Next thing I know is claws.
I don't remember seeing any claws.
I can tell you this much, I felt powerless.
That sounds like the old nightmare. How about you, Caster?
It was mostly flashes of emotion and confusion, fear, loneliness, being separated from everything that you know, everything that makes sense, and just thrust into somewhere completely different. At least that's what I could make out. The rest, it just doesn't make sense.
He'll nod before turning across the room. Hey, Levi, you gonna be okay?
I'll be fine.
I don't know what to make of that vision I saw.
Guess make sure it doesn't happen.
Problem is, I don't know where it occurred. Or if it even will.
I'm gonna go check outside. I need to go make sure outside's still outside.
What did you see?
Devastation.
And the people?
People.
Did they seem ignorant of it as well?
Yeah. One person. As he says that, he just glances back to the photo once more before stowing it back into his bag. Just one person.
I didn't even have one. Oh, good morning.
Yeah, it looked like you saw a ghost. So I'd imagine that'd make you far more happier than you look.
That was always an odd phrase. Yeah. Rough night all around.
After a rough day. Is anybody else?
Oh. Apollo finally stands up, stretches out. That was something else. God fucking damn it, my head.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the way, aren't I?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's all right.
That makes 3.
Yeah, it does.
You're looking extra poofy today, Apollo.
No thanks to you.
That should Z talking.
Well, I do hope that you all are at least somewhat rested. Even though I don't think that be the case. There's a number of faces that are in town. I highly recommend you go say hello.
We will.
On your way then.
Has anything changed outside?
No. It looks as outside should be. Everything's still green,
Alright.
if that's what you're asking.
That's good.
Of
Okay.
course, my caster's having problems again.
Yeah, it's connections hiccuping. I apologize.
You're good.
You're fine.
And by connection, I mean Chrome.
Yeah, apparently there was a issue going on last week, and they apparently updated again. Some kind of update broke everything.
This is why we test our software before we deploy it.
They rushed it.
You
When you
okay,
try to
Apollo?
hotfix, but then you end up not fixing.
Hadrock turns to the Absol. Are you okay? What were you expecting? What were you looking for?
Something I saw in my dreams the other night. I'm still trying to make sense of it.
Didn't even notice what the color was in my nightmare. What was it in yours?
I need something to drink. I need to get my thoughts in order.
Make that too.
Fair enough.
What of you, Caster?
I'm still trying to process what I saw and what it all means.
You and me both.
Wow, there are a lot of people around today.
I'll say. Cleo's here. Orion Serenity.
All the guild
Where's
masters.
Blacy?
Probably still out of it.
Probably discussing.
I did not expect to see him in public ever.
As they come to the tavern, everyone's just here conversing, and Ariel looks like she's just sitting back against a tree, sipping on a glass of water, as it appears she's been having a headache.
Hadrock.
Yeah,
Is that who I think it is?
like I said, I never thought I'd expect to see him in public ever.
Rain? What's going on?
Well then.
That's what we're trying to figure out. You guys stumbled on something pretty big.
No kidding. That still doesn't explain why he's here.
Don't worry about Pan. I insisted he come.
If you say so.
That answers that
Who-
question. Oh, sir,
who-
go, please.
Who was saying that?
Apollo. Oh, Linsel is speaking then. Apollo was the other component of the back and forth.
What could he possibly... How the hell did you even find him?
He found us when he came running because his senses were going off. He panicked when he got here.
Right.
Hennig is here as well. But so much of this just isn't right.
See, all the guild masters. So many travelers. That guy. Your parents, Apollo.
I see them too.
Even Team Vanguard's here.
Even someone who's been trying to keep low profiles here.
Yeah. let's. Okay, Lensla.
Hmm?
Should we just find a seat or something?
Probably best if you do.
Okay. I'm gonna get a drink first, and then we'll go to that.
Make it 2.
Emmy,
Yes.
you have something strong?
Depends on what you
And I-
want.
Then again, probably stick to tea. If I drink too much, I won't be paying attention. I imagine. Actually, I haven't drank before. Now I think about it. Tea. Just something good for calming life.
Sure. Very well. And
Lemon chamomile, please.
2 teas it is. One moment.
Chester, isn't that the Arcanine from Lumen City?
I think so. But yeah, yes it is.
And who's that beside them? Not the Houndour, but the one further down. I've not seen that one before.
That one?
Yeah.
That I'm not sure.
Here you two go.
Thank you.
Are you okay over there? You look like you're having a fit.
Who's that directed at?
And it looks like she's having problems.
Is your mic muted?
They're not muted in Discord. They are now. Hardware issues. One moment.
Testing.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. I don't know why my microphone was deciding to not cooperate. I had. All right. You lot. What the hell is going on out there? Felt that halfway across the region.
Would you believe us if we told you that we faced Dialga on top of the Shadow Tower?
You see Danica put her hand to her head and her tail lash very, very clearly in what is nervousness. This is bad. This is bad. This is not just bad. This is worse than I thought.
For clarification, it wasn't the actual Dialga, but a distortion.
Yeah, I was about to say it gets worse.
Oh. I tried to ask how much worse.
Yeah. I'd say I'm not sure how much worse it can get from the distortions being able to copy something like the Helga, but it's probably going to get worse.
Oh, we've got much bigger fish to fry if my theory is correct then. Because those distortions are getting worse. A lot worse. I'll save that explanation for later. That's why so many people are here.
I'll also add on the fact that the distorted Dialga thing, it wasn't green.
Oh,
Just,
that's new.
yeah,
That's new.
It was as if it was fully formed.
You
No.
all may want to sit in on this conversation. Because, oh, we are so fucked if we don't do something about this.
Okay, enlighten me.
Well,
Let me pull up. Let me just sit down.
It might make more sense if you listen in on what everyone else is talking about first.
Any specifics you want us to listen to?
Well, to put it lightly, everything that's going on. It's bad enough that I grabbed this. And you see Danica pull out from her bag a small gemstone-looking necklace that's green. It's rounded and smooth.
The time gem?
Yeah. Any damage that happens while this thing is out of the temple, I can fix that. That's gonna be annoying. But if what's coming doesn't have something done about it, there won't be a Cassia left if we don't start.
Considering what we saw on the horizon? Me and Padrock along the airship?
Yep.
You aren't the only ones that saw it.
Moment I felt what was happening, I rushed back to the temple to grab this. Needless to say, it's bad. It's really bad. Go talk to some of the others. They've got some details you should listen to from them.
Out of character, which of the other NPCs is gonna speak up first?
Also out of character. I don't know.
Your guess is as good as mine, so I guess we just start somewhere.
I thought this was going to be a meeting where someone speaks up and then this person speaks up rather than.
We're
Yeah,
mostly-
listening.
We're mostly just waiting for the players.
Well, aren't the players all here?
Well, you guys were having a conversation.
Padrock, I might have an idea in asking Lucas, but I also have other question for him as well, so I'll be over here.
Well, everyone's here, it seems.
Yep. So, please, enlighten us. On a scale of 1 to absolutely fucked, where do we stand right now?
Do you want the bad? Do you want me to sugarcoat it, or do you want me to be completely honest?
I have
Be com-
tea. I'm good. Go for it.
Don't make any spit takes while you're at it.
Cassia is breaking down, and if something isn't done now, there. How do I explain this? A little bit of context. After what happened with me and the rest of the original Wayfinders and Neoplasma, the barrier was, well, made to be a lot more stricter about keeping this place isolated. Because back then it was way easier to just drop a random person in here. Go about living your new life, have fun. But these days it takes immense power to even be able to enter, let alone exit. But side effect of that, the barrier is not only keeping Cassia together, it's basically a spatial temporal skeleton at this point. And if something isn't done, well, what do you think happens to something without a skeleton?
I'm more concerned about the fact that you mentioned Cassia being like a prison.
It's less of a prison, more. This place plays by its own rules, always has. But me and the original Wayfinders, most of us had powers that came from this place. And when we used them, it must have done something to Cassia. I will be honest, I still don't know what, but everything was a little less stable after that. We got there in the end, but point is that barrier was strengthened more to support this region than anything. Albeit with
And by proxy, isolation only ended up being a detriment.
well, it was either that or God knows what else would happen to this place. But since then, the fabric of Cassia itself intertwined itself with it. It's hard to explain, but if that barrier is forcibly broken, or worse, Cassia might not survive.
And the people in it won't be too far behind either.
If I had to take a wild guess, it would be like falling into a temporal spatial void.
Padrock raises a hand. Would an analogy be something like to the rift, to the barrier being broken, something like popping a water balloon?
You see Danica nod her head. That is probably the simplest and most straightforward analogy, honestly. Either way, our prospects aren't good.
Levi would simply lift a hand and then simply say, "Do we have any idea where a certain tall, dark, and gruesome individual is, that we can get rid of him before my prior benefactors decide now is the time to go after the barrier?"
Right, I have no clue. I've been so caught up trying to make sure whatever's coming doesn't end up impacting people. Like, this obviously is probably going to cause a panic, but there have been rumors of mass outbreaks of distortions, and they're getting awfully close to a lot of populated areas.
Oh, that's pleasant.
Is that what my dream may have meant?
Beats me. But worst case scenario, we may need to evacuate the entirety of this region.
Evacuate where?
Anywhere but here. Anyone who stays in Cassia may be lost forever.
It's not like we have much of a choice.
Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place.
Please don't make jokes like that around me.
No offense.
How do you expect to evacuate people, eh? Or to evacuate, that means getting around the barrier, but then the barrier's down unless it's already too late.
There's a lot of anomalous properties in this place. But I don't know. Maybe with enough psychic power, maybe I'll do a mass teleport, but our options aren't great.
If I may, to put a very long story short, when I first helped make this place many, many, many years ago, even I wasn't aware of all of the... even I wasn't aware of what plans the humans had in store for Cassia.
Classic plasma ruining everyone's day.
I do know that it was a prime. That I do know, and I do remember that it was a place filled with filled with all sorts of unique things. What some might call magic, the type-changing water, the temples and the gems. Though I don't know if those were man-made or if they've always been here.
I'm afraid that answer is beyond all of us at this point. What I do know is those powers were intertwined with this very land.
And the land is very well crumbling underneath our feet. What do you expect we do about it?
I mean, if we're really going to consider this evacuate everyone idea, not only would that be a masterful undertaking, but I don't know if there's enough power and or even enough resources to, I don't know, to go completely hypothetical, make some sort of massive airship that everyone can fit on and then fly it to God knows where to escape before everything collapses. I don't think that's even possible, but...
Oh. I believe our friend over there wants to speak.
Unfortunately, I don't believe an evacuation would even help. If it even is possible.
At least someone agrees.
I've taken a look outside of Cassia since I can go there. It's not much better there than it is here, unfortunately.
But the people can't stay here. It'll be effectively leaving them at the bomb site.
Unless we can defuse the bomb.
They're talking a tall order.
It's either that or we fall into space.
I mean, it's... From my understanding, this is the... Forgive me, I'm a bit scratchy on some expressions, but this is what we call a do or die, yes?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That said, have we narrowed down what is even causing, and or any other factors that could be causing things to become that much more unstable, except for the introduction of the Dark One, for example? Is there anything else we identified, at least?
One thing we have noticed, and something that I have gotten word from several mayors across Cassia, including our friend from Lumen down there, is that holes have been opening up in the sky with strange creatures coming out, things that nobody's ever seen before.
You mean shadowy creatures coming out of a black void?
Not quite. More like rifts to some other space we don't know about.
Close enough.
We keep speaking in vagaries here. Do we have any physical descriptions, like claws? Do they have wings? How many limbs?
Various descriptions.
Is it like the portal thing that the Krasma came out of when it came after us?
We're the only ones who've seen one of those.
Oh, right.
I can't really say anything on that.
No, I mean, they've seen the portal when Necrozma came out during the attack on the town.
I wonder. There was an old rumor about something that happened in another region. Otherworldly creatures coming out of rifts. I never got the names of what those creatures were, let alone what exactly happened, but I wonder if it's a similar case.
If you have a description of them, it would be best.
giant buff bug, weird jellyfish-looking thing.
Huh.
Those are the only two I remember off the top of my head.
In our timeline, I was involved in such an event when something like this happened. It was a region that we called Alola. I don't know if you guys know anything about this in this timeline.
No
Nope.
friend of mine came from there.
I've
Did
heard
you
of
just
Alola.
mispronounce a hello?
I remember Alola Ninetales, but I thought that was just part of their name.
Also, it might be best to wait for Apollo to come back.
Understood.
Okay.
We can wait. While we're waiting, how are you doing today, Giga?
I'm doing all right. Just had lunch.
He's just having an internal brain meltdown as Cassia's gotten fucked up.
Pretty much.
Nice to drop in. Wait. Has he gotten fucked up? I mean, what's new?
This is true.
Also, Buff Bug. He's just like looking at you with like this gaping face. He's like, "What?"
I mean,
Hey, eloquence is never Danny's strong point.
and its name is that's literally its name, Buff Bug.
Buff Bug.
That was honestly enough to get, like, 'cause I was waiting for a reason to make what Olivia said correct, and that was it.
Buff
was-
bug, jellyfish, circuits,
The bug is swole.
needle, bigger needle.
Giant rock castle thing.
Brick.
On four.
Dancing
Brick.
bomb head.
The brick.
Dancing bomb.
I would have called it a disco ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean the clown?
Yeah.
You mean the clown ball, the one that just blows up its own head?
Yep, that one. That. Literally, just getting into the vague descriptions of those things was enough to get the tea to spill.
The angriest origami knifey boy you've ever seen.
And then you have the exact opposite of the swole bug, which is the thin as a freaking weed bug, but speedy as fuck.
Oh yeah, that thing. That thing's a thing.
It
It's a
loves
thing.
gems. I'm a gem. Ah!
Gem.
It's like, you won't have me, Faramosa.
Oh god, I forgot about the cockroach.
The what? The what?
Violet cockroach.
The cockroach, yeah.
Yeah, the violent cockroach, aka Faramosa.
Oh, that's one way to call it.
All we need to do is hire a beware.
God, we're not going into the anime.
We need the JoJo beware.
That thing's a beast in itself.
If you've seen it in the anime, it's even worse.
Oh, I know, right?
I guess you could call it JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
God damn it.
God. The JoJo Beware was honestly my favorite part of that entire series. You can't tell me otherwise. That was the greatest fight in the entire series.
It was something. But that said,
Welcome back,
straight.
All right.
In my own timeline, I was involved in such an event when the supposed creatures, which you're talking about, did come and show up. Unfortunately, we know about as little of them there as we seem to here, so...
The problem
Maybe.
is they shouldn't be coming through at all. Barrier should be making sure of that. For them to be coming through like that in the amounts that people have been saying, the barrier is failing.
Well, when you can literally create a rift in space from another timeline, honestly, it's not too surprising.
This is bad. This is very, very bad.
So, what else do we have on our plate along with extra dimensionals, I want to call them?
More outspread distortions. They're more frequent. They're in places that I don't recall them showing up.
Anything else?
Let's see. If we don't do something about it, no, I've already covered that.
Well,
Mm.
we do have one good thing going on. People seem to be actually noticing what's happening, not just ignoring it.
It's more like we have more information than we would otherwise, but yes. What's the matter, Araya?
He's awake.
So soon.
I can handle these distortions to an extent, but she's not only a projection, but also a Glaceon. She's not physically built. She shouldn't even be doing this job to begin with. But she insists.
Not one to leave the job unfinished?
More, she's as stubborn as I am. Which shouldn't be surprising. Lacey just comes to the table and sits down, shaking her head. Letting out a deep sigh.
And good morning to you too. I take it you feel it all as well.
Less well than I'd hope. I saw you at the temple too. I can only assume what you went there for.
Danica would nod. Don't have a choice. The way things are progressing, if nothing is done.
I just wish... I can't even think straight. My head feels like there are needles driving into it.
See, that's different how it's manifested for me. It's more constant feeling of dread.
That too.
Part of me is thankful I don't have such senses, otherwise I'd be miserable.
Believe me, I wish I didn't have this.
When you've dealt with it for hundreds of years, it gets really old.
But
That it does.
I can only imagine the things you've been through already.
yeah,
Looks at him from across the table.
well, enough about the doom and gloom. Let's talk strategy.
Honestly, I'm not really feeling up to strategy at the moment myself. I'm just...
Given that all the guild masters and town mayors are here, we've been trying to discuss what to do about the current events. As we've said, people have noticed these distortions and creatures all over the region, and we need to figure out how to deal with them before they start becoming a problem inside the towns.
Lentula.
Yes, Reuben.
I can say this now, given what me and Kua were doing. We responded to a request to go find Team Windsong because they went quiet after what should have been a simple bandit apprehension. Found out that they were fine, mostly. They never dealt with zealots, but they're not zealots. Wrong word. That's a different story altogether. They never dealt with distortions. There are a number of teams, a number of people that don't know how to deal with a threat like this.
It's
The
really a
fact that-
simple thing.
You would think so, but not everyone has enough time to sit and think. Why isn't my attacks working on something that it should work on? Especially as they're getting a lot stronger than when you guys first faced them and had the chance to learn this.
They're having to think on the fly,
Exactly.
but in reverse at that.
And thus you see the problem that happens for teams that have never done this before, as strong as they are right now. So, if anything, the first step is going to be education, teaching. If other teams can learn how to fight these guys, hopefully that means we can slow down whatever in Gazim's going on. And then once we slow it down, maybe we can come up with a better strategy. Unless we can come up with another strategy now.
About them, we're back to the problem. I can sense they're getting worse, but I can't sense what's causing them or why. The best I could probably do for you is point you in a direction, but I need to figure out that direction first.
So these things aren't likely caused directly from Necrozma's interference?
Remember,
It's-
it did come from Fallout.
It's certainly playing a hand in it, but alone, probably not.
Consider that it started after the Primal Dialga incident.
Something or someone is tampering with the barrier. That has to be it. But from where and with what is beyond me.
I have a good guess as to who, but I have no idea how to find them and or deal with them.
Are you referring to Lethero?
Who else? His plan is to utilize the power of the Dark One to finally break down the barrier.
He has been awful quiet as of late.
Akina, except for the attack on town.
If he breaks the barrier, the rate of distortions will speed up to the point where none of us will be feasibly able to handle them. Everyone will get overwhelmed, and the region will fall into nothingness.
If he breaks the barrier, I don't think there will be a region for distortions to roam free.
Then I think stopping him is going to be a top priority.
Easier said
Unless
than
they're-
done, unfortunately.
We have no leads on where he is right now, correct?
Even as I've been flying around looking all over the place now, I haven't seen him.
Although, I'm wondering if there might be a way to triangulate where he might be lurking. But that's gonna take time. And I don't know how much of that we have.
Well, cultists usually congregate in large places, don't they?
Not always.
There has to be. If I had to take a guess, there has to be some place where the barrier might run thinner than the rest.
Have any of us been up north recently?
What should we?
We
look
were
along
at Silver
coast
Harbor
there?
recently.
Go ahead, Pedrock.
Shouldn't we? If you want to look for somewhere where the barrier's weak, wouldn't you look along the edges of Cassia then?
Contrary to belief, that's where some of the strongest parts of the barrier are.
Wait, what about the path to nowhere?
Forest to nowhere. Well, as its name says, it goes nowhere. That leads to one of the edges of the barrier.
And then it pops you back where you came from.
But then, would it not go to reason that would be one of the weakest points?
Hmm.
Not necessarily.
Point of order. How do you find a spot in the barrier without going to the edge of Cassia? Isn't the edge of Cassia where the barrier is?
Yes and no at the same time. It's weird and hard to explain. And to be honest, that's a bit beyond me. I don't know if I even can.
Could try the best.
Raven's going to think about it and look over to Kua. Given what you can do, I just realized something. Is there anywhere in the region that you, Danica, or you, Moria, or, any of the travelers, I suppose, or guildmasters, anyone know where there may be something or some sort of structure that could support the barrier? Maybe even the temples.
That is a possibility, actually. The temples are load-bearing, for lack of a better term.
Does the Shadow Tower count as a temple?
No.
Not
Shadow
in
Tower
this
is
case.
completely man-made.
Or probably
Mon
at this
made.
point.
Yeah. At the same time, if I've studied my history correctly, don't hit me for this if I'm getting it wrong, but those temples were there even before, well before my mom was around, or well before the Wayfinders were around, so I guess if anything we could start there.
Yeah. If there's something in the Temple of Time, I've yet to see it, but if you need a way in, I can at least take you through the back door.
The door that a certain Solanda goes in, right? Glacier just kind of smiles.
He's a bit of a special case.
That's one way to put it.
So that's how he does it.
I can't go into detail with his specific circumstances, but I needed a specific way for him to get in.
Go ahead, Caster.
Trade secrets, we understand.
It'll make sense later, probably.
The Shadow Tower. That's a name. Now that's somewhere I thought I left behind. If it's a lead that you need, as I'm sure some of you, he glances towards Artie and Moria specifically, and then back to Aaron and Vulcan, are no doubt aware. My disaster sense is a bit more fine-tuned than most. It lets me be a bit more empathetic and to narrow down where bad things are going to happen, to summarize.
I hate to say it, but I think that power is probably going to be one of our best shots of figuring out where our dear friend might strike.
Exactly. And while I was following it around Cassia, trying to make sure we can all at least live another few days, I wound up searching mostly around the mountain areas.
Mountains, huh?
Like you said, just like they said, there are strange Pokemon there I don't even know how to describe. They were long, spindly, with strange spherical heads, all swarming throughout the mountains. They seemed disorganized. They were disorganized, unwieldy, as if they were just pouring in through some kind of a gate, and they themselves don't even know why they're here.
If it's centralized in the mountains, then that's probably your best bet.
At least we can tell that they're not an organized attack.
That, if nothing else, is something. If it was organized, we'd be fucked.
I wouldn't quite say they're centralized around the mountains, because I myself have seen a few of them in the field areas.
Normally, I'd be inclined to think the areas around the temples because of their connection to the land, but I can't believe I'm saying this, but our dear friend here's powers probably going to provide us with a more accurate compass than anything.
Do you see anything else, then?
Not as much as I would have liked. I couldn't get too close without, well, setting them all off. The only other thing I can really say is all the advanced technology that the Zealots keep seeming to get. As best I can tell, some of it is coming with these Pokemon, these beings through these portals.
If these things are bringing another world's equipment with them, we'll do it.
I'll also bring attention to another situation in case y'all want a plan B. He said, looking over to Team Eclipse. During the return trip from our mission yesterday, I couldn't help but notice there are some areas that I've never seen before. Like, not even startup towns or anything, just places that look like they've been there for years, yet I've never noticed it once. It's odd.
Now that you mention it, on the way back on the airship, I did see what looked like some sort of civilization near the Harmony Lake. Aside from the one that was already planted there.
I could have sworn I saw something far out in the South Ocean.
Those areas might be worth investigating as well, then. Whether they're from this world or another world, they might just have links to what's going on.
Well, I mean, it's a start.
So, sorry, go ahead.
But if they are directly affected by the distortions and the barrier, It's possible that these locations may be more dangerous than what you have all seen thus far. We have no idea what's going to be in there, let alone around there.
Yeah, it's if we sit here and do nothing, then
If you all
That's not-
will,
oh.
take a look at this.
he just kind of peers over.
Raven's going to just bend down.
So, we've made some changes, updates to the map based on things that have been reported across Cassia. What
Even at a
changes
glance, I
do-
can. Oh, sorry, you go.
What changes do you see?
Hadrock's finger goes all the way up to this far thing here. Yeah, that way out in the distance, or close to the horizon.
I don't remember this being a thing, that's for sure.
There's
Oh.
also some place over by the Dreadfort.
That spot there at the Harmony Lake. That's what I saw.
And like he said earlier, this place up in the mountains, somewhere between Seafarer's Cavern and Mount Hellfire.
Also got a spot between, well, on an X between Slumbering Weld and the Relic of Biota.
And then there's another. Oh, go ahead.
Did someone mention the one by the Dead Sea?
Yes.
That was the one that Danica pointed out.
Okay.
And then there's one south of Malva City, somewhere
And near
between
the
there and yeah.
Hmm.
It's not very far of a trek to get there, but it is in Amp Plains.
I mean, aside from the territory war that's going on there, I'd highly recommend if we go anywhere near here, land in Malva City and walk the rest of the way.
Alternatively, we could take the safer bet and go from Cassia to whatever's at Harmony Lake.
That is another thing to investigate, but I think we're gonna get to both of them either way.
Wait, Artemis gonna say something?
The only other one I noticed would be the one just southwest of the Dreadfort.
You mean this?
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh
many
my God.
places. Oh, go ahead.
Cassia Woods.
Was this always here?
Mount Indigo? Yes.
No, just north of it.
Hmm.
Good.
Araya looks over at that spot. That itself is the peak of Mount Indigo, but it wasn't really a place of note, so we never had it marked. But I have seen some activity going on there.
Fun.
This might be just me, but what are these purple marks on the edges of the map?
With the,
Hadrock
distortion,
looks over.
with the distortions going on, Cassius become far more unstable.
Wait,
Hadrock,
wait. Oh, good. Please, 8,000.
You know the distortion we saw at the edge of the horizon as we were leaving the tower?
Right.
Levi's going to pause, look at that before taking out his own wonder map and just trying to see did it change too with a similar effect.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, so that's all the wonder map. Excuse me. So it affected your map, it affects our maps too. Oh, that's just lovely.
That's not a good sign at all.
that's also
No.
very creepy.
Wonder maps are creepy in themselves. They typically update based on information that either A, the owner has, or B, information about the world itself. and as the world is rapidly changing, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
So, which ones do you want to go after first then? Because we can't just stay here.
No.
Araya
Oh, wait.
stares down at the southeast.
Yeah,
I've
Let's
been there once in my timeline. It's not a place I ever want to go back to.
what is that place there?
It is a place that ended my first life. A place that most people call Zero Isle.
I'm going
Oh, so it's not
to
underwater.
roll- Is that
Yeah,
a
but-
gold check or general check?
Probably
Either
general.
way.
Okay, so I'll call it mean anything there. Okay.
Why does that immediately give me a bad feeling?
I'll let you take that, caster.
Zero. And here I thought. He's gonna mull it over for a few seconds.
Isn't that...
I had read stories and reports of adventurers who had gone there and had found that their powers, all of their skills, were dropped back to almost nothing. But I never realized that there was such a place in Cassia.
I thought
That's
it
because
was
there
just-
wasn't.
There didn't used to be.
So it was the storybook location. And now it exists.
That is not good.
If I may, is the name of that island indicative of what it's supposed to do to you?
You could say. It's not a place I advise exploring anytime soon.
Well, without good reason.
And here I was about to suggest we should try one of the places close to the edge while it's still not too distorted to visit, but if that's the kind of place that's out there, no thank you.
If we go there... No, actually, Patrick, if we go there, at most we're going to need to make sure we have a getaway plan. Something to get us out of there as fast as possible, because I have a feeling that that place... That place, like I from the storybooks I've read, that place is effectively the great equalizer. You can be a brand new adventurer. You could be someone who's been doing it for years, and aside from your experience to rely on, you're basically at the same place. And with the distortion creeping in, I don't know what's going to happen to that place, but if there's any answers there, I don't want to go there. But we may have to.
But neither
no.
would someone that's stronger than us.
Padro's just gonna slowly lean into Levi.
Well, if that place does.
Hold on,
Oops, sorry.
Padro's gonna slowly lean in towards Levi, getting his face close before saying no. Before sitting back up straight.
I hate to say this, but if you do need to go there, I won't be able to follow. If that place does reset abilities, given what I have, I don't know how that'll affect me.
To be fair, I don't think anyone who would be stronger than us would also either go there.
I don't think anyone with half a brain would want to go there. Anyway, let's
rule that
Let's-
out?
Let's look at other options. Like the place, I mean, if we're worried about the edge, we could check out the place near Solara Town. That's a hopefully safer option. Maybe even the place underneath the Slumbering Weald.
Well, Solara Town may be a little tough to reach because the only ways we can really reach that is either by air or land. We'd have to
Or
go through the
teleport.
jagged.
Didn't they take a teleporter up?
Well, is the teleporter still working?
Hey Raven, can you go ask Nathaniel and check that one?
Linzilla just nods. The teleporters are working, yes.
Okay, good. And maybe an easier place to reach. But you also mentioned the place by the Slumbering Weald.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the most traveled path. So if anything does happen, we're going to be a little farther upstream without a paddle.
So what we're doing is that we're going after the ones furthest out, closest to the distortion, that we don't have to try and fight through it after a while. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I'm scared that what was said is correct, that the longer we wait, if we go to those areas too late, we don't get out of them. Hence why I'm making the suggestion to go, as much as I don't want to.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Hadrock,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hadrock blinks before pointing at one of the named ones on the map. Wait, has that one been there before?
Raven's Forest, you mean?
No, the Relic of Meota.
That's where you went to.
Yeah, that was where we got the
Oh,
those
okay.
little trinkets.
Never mind.
Which reminds me, I still need to figure out how to finish that. Huh. A problem for another time. I'd say we either go look into this place below the Slumbering Weald before things go to hell, or if we're looking to do something else, check out this location up here between Mount Hellfire and Seafarer's Cavern.
I
And
should
then there's
remind you. Remember that Desolute did mention that the mountainous region is full of those extra dimensionals, I want to say.
That would be the area that I checked, yes.
Extra
I mean-
dimensionals is a mouthful. Why don't we just call them something like odd beasts?
Why not just beasts?
Look, it's
I mean,
just size. The words that we dubbed them in our timeline were Ultra Beasts.
Why are they called that?
Because the place that they supposedly came from was also dubbed the Ultra Space. But I didn't name it.
Okay, we'll go with that then.
Either way, we can call them whatever in goodness' name we want. All we know is that they're invading our space. And if their existence is causing everything to go to haywire, then whatever we call them, we can call them dead when we're done.
Or send them back to where they came from.
Then we'll call them gone. Either way, we have the place under Slumbering Weald. We have this point that Desolute mentioned. And we have this area near Solara Town. I think we all agree that no one wants to go anywhere near that island.
Agreed.
I've ruled it out already.
There's a possibility you may need to, though, so keep that in mind.
No.
Just no.
Could we ask another team to do it instead?
Yes.
Vanguard's got nothing if not experience in abundance right now.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay. The hell am I doing over there? One moment.
Why are you up there?
Good question.
I think he was dragging his token or something as you changed maps, and it kind of just dragged him over there. Who knows?
I would do it. Probably.
Music.
You know, that small map on the table, looking from a distance, looks kind of like a face.
I can see it. It's Veggie Head.
Oh
Or
my
that-
god.
Veggie
It's
Head.
kind of like a Grovile head, actually.
Just a little bit.
Rovile is still a veggie.
Nope.
So,
Anyway, Linsua.
to the point, all rescue teams from all guilds have been put on alert and are doing what they can to figure things out across the region. Teams Vanguard, Blackthorn, Eclipse, Jungle, Turbo, and New Dawn are going to be on point, and we will be having new mission objectives. We will be bringing back something that hasn't been around for a while. The request board.
Desperate times.
Is that like some sort of bounty board, similar to what Levi's described once before?
I believe that'll be a simple way of describing it.
It's a good way to. Yeah, it works. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danica.
No. I was just going to say that, simply put, it's a centralized location of, well, anything. Person needs food. Person is in danger. Someone has taken your bread. I don't know.
I
And
love that
any
reference.
Which one of you motherfuckers took a Adidas street roll?
any feasible need a person might have for requiring assistance.
It is as Danica said. Usually, how we get that stuff, you'd be heading to a place I imagine y'all don't spend too much time at, the post office. That's usually who gets all of the letters from all around town based on different requests, different rewards, requests, missions, the details of them. Rather than getting instructed by the guildmaster, that's what you do instead. That's what we did for a while.
I imagine Donovan's agency will also be very busy.
If memory serves, half the reason we had to move away from such a system was because it started getting abused.
Abused how?
Levi just looks over to Olivia, just like, yeah, about that.
I'm going to assume it had something to do with what happened to you.
He just points to the superior nearby. He's like, yeah, pretty much. I wasn't the only one.
Fair enough.
Where's that clip of Buster? You really think people would just go onto the internet and tell lies?
If it's on the request board, somebody done it.
Wait, There's a clip of your cat saying that.
No. Though you now realize where the inspiration for the name Buster after we named our first cat Arthur is.
Neat.
We're going off track. I apologize.
No worries. I mean, I kind of started.
If I may. Sorry, I don't think we've, spoken much, but I've been around Cassia quite a bit myself and seen quite a few things, and I figure I can't really keep up the disguise much longer. Seeing as how one of the Wayfinders is here, I suppose it might be best to let you know. My name is Natalia St. Atriel. Is that a name that you might recognize? She looks over at Danica and Artemis.
Who is this? This is it. I missed you pinged earlier, sorry.
Her.
You look a little familiar. What did you say her last name was?
St. Atriel.
Huh.
Perhaps you might
Oh.
recognize me a little better this way.
Oh, you're one of Adrian's kin.
I am.
Who's speaking?
The Mew next to Lottie.
Oh, okay. I didn't see him. I was looking down there. I'm like, wait, who's speaking? Oh, he's hiding on my head.
Given
Alright.
you're a Mew, is he your dad or your grandpa?
Distant ancestor. Adrian and Kate were both my ancestors.
I'd be proud to have someone like you in their bloodline. Family tree. Ugh. Too many languages.
Don't remind me about family trees right now.
Oh, sorry, Artemis made a roll.
Oh, that was a try and remember. I remembered out of character. I just didn't know if Artie remembered in character.
Well,
Yeah, guys, please.
I'm not alone by any means either. I have a friend in Richville who's been helping. Anyone know the name Ghost J?
What?
One moment. One moment, because I'm pretty sure I recognize that name.
I recognize that name, but Danica probably wouldn't.
He leans over from the bar with another beer in his hand. Oh yeah, that guy. Kind of lost track of him after I left. Sorry. Out of character. I lost track of him after I left Tumbletown.
That's not a
How's
name
that
I've
big
heard
one doing?
haven't heard from that guy in forever.
He's still breathing?
Eden,
Well-
how many of those have you drank?
Breathing wouldn't be a word I'd really say. But after the events of what you guys dealt with in Humbletown 60 years ago, he was sort of destroyed. Some of my family rebuilt him, and he's been doing what he can to help out around Cassia. Lately,
Rebuilt.
Okay.
well, he is a Golurk.
Oh, we need all the help we can get. There's no easy way to say it. This is an all hands on deck situation.
That's putting it nicely.
Indeed it is. I'll do what I can to help out anywhere I can. It has been my family's legacy to build a world canvas on Cassia and preserve its history, but history can only really be preserved when there's something left to preserve it with. So I'll do my best.
That also means we don't have any time to lose.
I'll see if I can contact Ghost Day at some point. He might be busy, but we'll see what we can do.
Out of curiosity, and this is just to make sure that we're on the same page, none of this stuff happened until we knocked out, the distortion Dialga that for some reason wasn't glowing green. 2 questions. Oh, go ahead, please, Danica.
Oh no, you go.
Okay. 2 questions. 1, does it actually help our cause to continue to remove distortions, as we believed it helped to help restore things when we started removing distortions? This is mostly a question for the travelers.
Removing distortions remains one of our main objectives. That hasn't changed. The more they spread, the more, distortions they cause. We can't just let them go free.
So to continue to kill them off is a good thing. Good. Wanted to make sure of that one. Now, the second question. Given the freak of nature we just saw, if it's a distortion, but it's not green, do we engage?
That is a different issue that I can explain. These distortions have been, drawing things from other timelines. That's not to say these Ultra Beasts are really connected to them, but back in my timeline, when we faced Dialga in that state, we didn't kill it. We just cast it off somewhere else. And it seems that it appeared here.
So by casting off the Dialga this time with the distortion, it played in repeat. Is that what you're saying?
That's something I can't really say. I don't know.
It's just Pidgey.
So we shouldn't try to knock those out.
You're gonna have to. I heard you knocking there. Want to say something?
No, nothing. Well, actually. Excuse me. So what you're saying, you kicked this can down the road and now it's our problem to clean up?
I don't really think it's that simple. We may have cast it off, but supposedly the place that we cast it to was gonna contain it. I don't know how it came here.
Well, whatever broke it out of containment, put it into a different container. And when we knocked it out, said container started to break.
It's possible that this could be a domino effect. Small things leading up to disastrous consequences.
Made a little trace it since we defeated it. It could be in any timeline, for all we know.
As long as it's not in this one, I suppose. Whatever that
How are we supposed to do anything then if we have no idea what's going on?
We take things by steps. It's the only thing we can do.
This is not doing me well for my emotional state.
I'm supposed to be done with all this bullshit.
You and me both.
You're telling me that.
Eden, how many of those have you drank?
Only had 3.
Artemis,
Yes.
when you and the Wayfinders and you 2 Danica were in the temples, did you notice anything weird back then?
What didn't we notice that wasn't weird?
You're going to have to be a bit more specific.
Did these distortions start appearing back then? When you were there?
Not that I remember. The areas themselves were anomalous in the fact that they granted us all different powers, but nothing like this.
And it really was when Eternities first broke out. And they're far more recent than I thought.
Okay. So, here's a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Was Caster going to say something?
No, you're good.
Okay. Here's a question. Saying now to clarify, what happened with the dragon, that's over. It's gone. We have a different thing to worry about right now. That being said, we do know that there's at least one, if not more than one person actively trying to take down the barrier. I think I provided this to the guild when, you know, everything went out about me. Different locations, different routes that at least the Black Hand had. I can ask around to my other peers and see if we can make a mapping and at least try to figure out where. I'm not sure about Lethero, but we can at least look for Arnell and Ingle. And if we can at least find out where they are, or at least where they frequent, set up a mission to go after them. Get them out of the picture. We already got one out of the...
Elvar is going to be a major focus as well.
That pain in the butt too.
Seeing as how he can appear basically anywhere at any time, I think he might be a bigger issue than the others.
No matter how you slice it, there's no going about it. We're all gonna have a lot on our plates.
Not only does he appear anywhere he wants, we're done.
Go ahead, Caster.
Well, some of you may not like this suggestion, but remember, I wasn't the only one who made their escape when the Zealots attacked Malva City.
There were two. Reuven's gonna look over and just narrow his eyes. I'm still looking for that one.
No, I'm talking about the other one.
Arlak. Can we really trust that guy?
No, not as far as you can throw him. But he is nothing if not simple and easy to manipulate. Point him in the direction of a fight, in the direction of someone he wants to better, and he'll do the work for you.
Do we have to attach money to it?
I haven't thought I haven't gotten that far, I'll admit.
I expect a motive would be just fine, but I'm not enjoying the idea.
No.
I'm not saying you have to enjoy it, I'm saying it's effective.
Like Danica said, desperate times, and as much as we may hate it, desperate measures. Besides, the two options are... I mean, we can always find other options, but in this case, it's a matter of do something you really don't want to do and potentially survive, or maintain our ideals and stick to what we want to do. And if it doesn't forward our goals, I know it's a bit of arm twisting, but hey, can't necessarily say it's wrong. Which I don't want to say is right.
We don't have a lot of options as it stands. Or ideal options, I should say.
There's a whole lot going on, and we're gonna be spread thin trying to deal with all of it. Like Araya said, we're gonna have to take things in steps.
This is gonna be a long few days.
Weeks, months. I don't think days are gonna cut it.
Hopefully it doesn't go too long that we lose our opportunity to protect this place. I don't know about you guys, but I like living.
Well, we have no time to lose.
Speaking of the mountains, hey Pan, a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This may come off as weird and or completely out of left field, but you didn't happen to stumble across any marked and or unmarked recent graves up there, did you?
Let me think.
I'm looking for someone, I suppose.
None jump out, but then again, it wasn't particularly something I was looking for.
I understand. Thank you all the same.
With that in mind, we have these new places on the map to look into. We have the distortion spreading outside the forest area, and we have these ultra beasts appearing in Cassia. And then we have the zealots to deal with.
3 different problems all in one neat little package.
Or
Right. I kind of considered the distortions in Ultra Beast one and the same.
I'm going to talk with Rain and the other guild masters and see what sort of plan we can come up with. For the time being, though, when the request board is properly set up, and when Donovan's guild starts getting their work in, I advise you guys start looking those over. For today, though, we'll have to stay in town and figure things out from here. We don't really have any leads right now.
I see. And actually, wrong person. And one question about this for you guys. If we can't... It's like, I understand the importance of actually going out and actually trying to not only take down the lead zealot, but his how'd you used to put it, Apollo? The capos? Whatever it is?
Kappa regime.
Thank you. I'm not sure about going after them, but what if we can get them to come after us?
What do you mean?
I don't like the sound of that.
Like a moth to the flame. Well,
Exactly. There has to be a way. Hear me out. There has to be a way to get their attention, much as we may not want it. If we're trying to get these guys out of the picture before they can cause more damage, then we got to get them out of the picture to begin with. Best option I can think of to do that is figure out where they operate and how they operate. So, like you said, like you said, Levi, do talk with your friends. See if they know where potential locations are that can be, disrupted or hit or what have you. Something to piss them off to make them come after us. And when they try, we deal with them. Not necessarily come after us here. Not in town. They tried that. They know better than that. At least I hope they do. What do you think?
Certainly possible. If we can identify at least one strong point that they have, and at least cause a disruption there, we need some way of laying a breadcrumb trail that isn't too obvious, but would make them work enough to think it's genuine.
Oh, I thought we were doing a different plan. I thought we were going to go poke their nest.
We gotta find that first.
And frankly, if we could find their nest, we'd have done it a long time ago.
No. Not necessarily. But when we find their nest, I assure you, he looks over to Kuo and just grins. We're gonna do a whole lot more than poke it.
Kuo flips a red stick in his hand before putting it back in his bag.
Well, you bunch are devising a way of poking the bear, or the beware. Might I give your attention to Castor?
Artemis, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
No, I wasn't.
No, he's putting attention to Caster in the case that he doesn't look like he's in on the conversation at all. He's wondering. Are you all right over there?
I'll be fine.
You don't seem all too interested.
Time and time again, it's all coming back to Eternatus. It's all going back to me being the problem. How am I supposed to feel?
May not even be the case. We just don't know.
I would like to speak with you later, Caster, if you don't mind.
All right.
Speaking of speaking to people, why did I say it like that? Ruben's gonna look to both Padrock and then to Levi. You two. You look stronger than last time, so why don't we take a trip over to the training yard?
Are you sure that's necessary?
Do you feel you've improved any?
Just slowly shrugs.
Then yes. At the very least, to see if you've gotten stronger. I didn't say we're sparring. I just want to see how well your abilities have improved. Besides, to give us something to smile about.
Shouldn't we wait until the meeting's over?
I mean, is there anything else that we are going to be talking about today? At least while we're here.
Honestly, I think we've covered all the bases.
I believe we've touched on at least everything there is to touch on.
Yes.
I'm going to gather the mayors and guildmasters together, and we'll discuss things further, but for the day, you guys and the other teams are free to do as you see fit. Whether it be take some time away from things after what you dealt with, or get yourself more prepared for what's coming.
Yeah, or in my case, get back to work.
Have you gotten sleep as of late, Danica?
Yeah, Danica will just turn her head to face Levi and just give him the blankest stare she physically can.
Levi's response is pointing to the Brixham next to her.
Maybe in however long it takes me to get this done. I've got a lot to do.
You and I both know it's a lot harder to do it when you're sleep deprived. But hey, your life. You do what you see fit.
Alternatively, there is Allura. Could speak to her if you need to.
Yeah, I'll make my own way. Plus, Danica will fish out the amulet again. This should help make it a little easier.
You're not doing this alone either. You have myself, Lucas, and Melissa, and when Glacialis recovers, she'll be helping too.
That is mighty appreciated. We've got a lot ahead of us.
We'll all do what we can.
Oh God, I hope so.
If you excuse me, I'm gonna go back to the guild. Rain?
Let's go.
Which means that's my cue. I need to head out of town.
Do what you need me.
Hmm.
If you need any help, let me know.
Oh, stars knows I can use it. Be careful out there, you lot. If they're prepping to break the barrier, they
Be
must
there
have
to
something
stop
cap-
them.
Not only that, but that kind of power. It's going to be dangerous. Alright. And with that, Danica would stand up, crack her knuckles, and stretch before gripping the amulet in her hands, which begins to glow small, faint green. I'll see you lot in however long this takes me to get done. Oh, God.
Take care,
By the dragons.
Danica.
By the dragons, I hate doing this. And poof. You. And with that, I shall exit stage left unless someone needs me for anything.
You take care, Giga.
Have a great night. Thanks for joining us.
Night, Giga.
That's why when you're around together.
Have fun.
With that, Ku is gonna turn to Reuben and say, "Alright, I guess I'll see you and your apprentice at the training grounds," before leaping into the air, and as he flies past, picking up Levi as he carries him off to the training ground.
Yeet!
Wait, what?
You're getting yeet. Get yoinked, man. You got mega yoinked. Just like, come here, buddy.
At least he finishes tea.
Yeah, you can at least say that.
Huh.
Mhm.
Jericho, meanwhile, is going to step to the Glacier side and you just see the tails casually go around the Glaceon. You need to go back to bed.
I'll be okay.
Yes, you will. After you get some rest.
I
see how this neck-
have rested for a day and a half. Let me have my
Jared.
tea for now.
Jericho, I know it may not be the most professional thing, but I think it might be best to let things lie for right now.
No, it is indeed professional. If the patient wants to get out of the infirmary, and they are capable of doing so themselves, as a medical professional, I should be willing to allow it to happen. Of course, I also want to make sure you're safe. So if you don't mind, I'll stick around.
Alright. Your tails are nice, at least.
Thank you.
That does
Kind
bring
of gives
up
a
one.
small smile to him.
That's right. Before I forget, Lucas, do you have a moment?
Yes.
I want you to ask. I want to ask you a question in relation to something I can't quite explain.
What's that?
Do you ever feel as if you're grieving on something that you can't explain why you're grieving, but everyone looked around you as if you had done something you don't know what you did, but it just still leaves you in grief? What do you do about that?
You don't really do anything. You just do what you can. Some
That's
things
just
you
it.
just can't help.
Well, that's just it. The reason why it led to that was... I don't know really what to make of the dream, but I failed to protect something. I don't know what. Everyone looks at me like I just did something wrong.
I can't really say too much on that. Dreams are a fickle thing. You can't always explain them.
Tell me about it. And just before I woke up in a start, saw claws swiping away whatever was left before I could do a thing.
My advice, don't think too hard on it. Just do what you can.
What if it's not enough?
And you figure things out from there.
Any pro tips then?
That's something you'll have to figure out.
I was afraid you'd say that. I probably need to... No, I think I have an idea. Do you think Jirachi might still be awake?
Perhaps.
I'm gonna try and see if I can't commune with them.
If you can. For Jirachi's... Well, he's not exactly one who works with others very often.
They were willing to give me a chance. I need to find somewhere quiet, I think.
You do that. I'm going to go with Felix. Try and discuss some things with him. So I'll take my leave. He just gives a nod over to Felix.
I would say Apollo can do their thing before we do.
I mean, he's just coming over, saying hello. Nothing beyond that.
Then Gaster, I suppose. Somebody talking to Zane.
We should probably get that done with now. Or I can try and do the scene with Apollo.
I mean, choice is yours either way. I was just wanting to make sure y'all get some spotlight.
This was just me screwing around in the background. I was not intending to make a scene out of this.
Okay. I'll go talk to Zane first in that case.
Okay.
Oh god, juggling characters.
Are you feeling well?
Physically, I'm fine. Mentally, he shakes his head.
I was hearing that you all had some dreams. Care to explain yours?
It was mostly flashes of memory not my memories. Well, yes and no. I think I was living through things Eternatus, seeing things through Eternatus' eyes, for lack of a better term. Fragmented, alone, forced into a world that it doesn't understand, trying to reach out and do something with the distortions, but I couldn't tell you what for the life of me.
Distortions. You think perhaps it's interacted with them?
Somehow.
Might be something to look more into then. You've now collected, I guess we can say, 3 pieces, yes?
More or less.
And how has each of them affected you?
I've gotten some of them, and they've made me stronger, but it's like I can feel. How do you even say it? It's like I can. I can feel its consciousness in the back of my mind, and judging by the fact that I'm now seeing its memories, clearly I mean, it sounds obvious to say, but the more of these pieces, I get, the more of these pieces I find, the more power it has over me, the more hold it has over me, the less of myself I become.
You feel like you're continuing to lose yourself with everyone.
Little by little, but yes.
Is there anything positive you feel, however? Surely it can't all be negative.
Feels like I'm understanding things a little bit more, like I'm able to put some of these pieces together. But beyond that, it's hard to say. I've been able to support the others better. I've been able to get used to this form better over these past few weeks. I still can't help but wonder what things would be like for me if I never found that piece of Eternatus. But
perhaps some things might be better. Perhaps they might even be worse.
There's really no way to know.
Indeed. My suggestion... I can't really advise you whether or not to destroy them or to draw more than... It's really entirely up to you. So just do what you feel is best.
One way or another, I'm going to have to figure out what this thing wants.
Indeed. Talking to an alien creature is definitely not something many have done. Myself, I've never done such. And given the fact that we have, well, even more aliens coming to this world, one can only imagine how things are going to be.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to finding out.
What do you plan to do next, Ben?
Figure out how to control this more, figure out how to understand it. First things first. There's so much on our plate. How do you even know what to prioritize like in a time like this? Really?
We all have a lot on our plate. You more than most. I can only really suggest the same thing that Array has told everyone. Take things one step at a time. If you rush yourself, you'll get nothing done.
I suppose you're right.
I suggest you take a drink.
All right.
Don't worry,
Thank
it's
you.
just water.
I know.
You know, we may never get along, but the last thing I really need is for someone else I'm related to dying of exhaustion. Ending up like her. Grace Alice just kind of glares back at him.
I don't. Caster kind of trembles as he tries to find the right words. Like, how is he supposed to feel?
It's like, I don't like him, but he makes sense. But shit. No.
I don't expect you to care about me. My own son doesn't. Well, my grandson.
Given everything you've done, and even knowing the reasons why you did it, I don't. Forgive me if for saying that I don't think I'll ever particularly like you, but
You
At
and
the
the rest
very-
of Cassia.
at the very least, I do have to thank you for saving me back then. That was a very dark day for me. He kind of hangs his head and just sort of stares into the cup.
I didn't expect to hear such a thing either. And honestly, I'm still trying to figure out what to think of it. Like, just because you're related to someone doesn't mean you have to follow in their footsteps. I advise you not do the same. Do me a favor, will you? Try not to let this beast rip you apart.
I'll do what I can.
I saw what I was capable of when Zorellen had it on a leash. These fragments, whatever they're doing, I don't imagine they're up to any good. However, I feel almost as though I can empathize with them.
You don't have one living in the back of your head.
I don't. And I don't particularly want to either. Still. It's not like... How to really explain this? When you come to a world that you don't understand, what do? There's no one there you know about. No one there who can comfort you when you're alone. I expect you two aren't exactly too far apart in that regard.
Maybe.
Regardless, I advise at least trying to understand it. I guess fighting it will never get you anywhere. Trust me, I've tried.
Duly noted. Thank you, I think.
I'll take my leave. I'd rather not linger here longer than I need to, and there are things I need to look to. Answers that I need to find. I don't think I need to tell you this, but take care of yourself.
I'll do what I can.
He just looks back at Vulcan and Aaron, then over at Emmy, then just slowly starts wandering off.
When he talks and gives advice like that, you can almost close your eyes and forget all of the horrible things you did. Almost.
Not every bad person has a cruel heart, at least down to the core. There are always those instincts that they must follow. Otherwise, what kind of living being would you be? I wouldn't exactly say to be ready to call him family or even remotely a friend. However, I might advise giving him some sort of chance. He may know more than he lets on.
You have the tendency to be right at the most inconvenient times, you know that?
Bad habit where I came from. I apologize.
Cassier's just gonna slump against the table. I think that's probably a good place to call that little scene.
I'm sorry, but I have to comment on this. You have the tendency to be right at the most inopportune times. Me, yes, a parent.
Rude.
Am I wrong though? Tell me I'm wrong.
Is straight back, and would you like to do something?
No requests, and yes, I am back.
Alright.
Welcome back, all the same.
Back.
Or anything Artemis wants to do with him.
Back again.
I'm being summoned. I'll be right back.
As he's wandering off. Where is Padrock?
He's currently down at the training grounds.
Alright.
You see approach him.
Well,
What?
we'll get to Padrock and Levi when Bryce comes back. I'm gonna
Okay.
see what Alavi's doing. Some
Well,
stuff
he
there.
found himself somewhere quiet. Ah, I pressed the wrong button.
Overlooking
So-
the hill.
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting over the edge with his legs just down beneath as he's just trying to calm himself and just try and find a way to figure out how in the hell am I going to do this? He suggested it to himself. Now he doesn't know what the hell he's supposed to be actually doing. I'm going to assume that the best place to start would be a focus roll.
Sure.
Ugh.
That's a 4 and a 5 and 2 6s.
Okay, deep breaths. You've done this before. Why should one dream bother you so much? Okay. Call it a long shot. Jirachi, you wouldn't happen to be available at the moment, would you? No, I'm gonna guess not, but at the same time. Just kinda starts mumbling to himself for the most part, just intermixing, like, what am I even supposed to say? Oh, I think I have an idea. Jirachi, I wish to speak with you.
And you seem to get no response.
Right, I thought that would work.
Out of character. Jirachi, I'd like to speak to you about your car's extended warranty.
No.
And now Jirachi has blocked you. Congratulations.
I just use a different number.
Romamu have come to bargain.
No. You don't control time.
That's not what I meant.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Ugh. Put back into character. Okay. How would I be able to tell if he's asleep?
He starts attacking you outright.
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Truth be told, I have no idea where to go from here. He's just gonna hang out here for a bit, I guess.
Fair enough. I can, if
We
need be,
can-
I can progress with what I got going on.
Yeah, we can go to a training ground.
Yeah. So, Raven's going to look to Padrock and give an answer to the question prior. Of what I want you to practice with is simple. I want to see how well you've come along with Calm Mind.
Oh. um. I'll
You have been
just-
practicing, yes?
Yeah. That. The sound of a splash of water seems to echo through the minds of those in the training area.
Yep. You've been practicing all right. Though, probably should work on quieting that down.
Link.
Just like, the what? The what?
Oh, is it not meant to make a noise?
It's like "Thwink."
Reuben just smiles quietly before choosing to. Where is it? There it is. Demonstrate. Taking a deep. Just all you do is take a breath and relax as you see an aura of energy slowly appear, like just slightly appear around him. As the energy fades again, he opens his eyes and looks to Padrock. Did you hear anything?
No, I didn't.
Yep.
When Aluvi said to concentrate on something that sounds calm, I didn't mean literally. Broadcast it to everyone.
Can you hear me now?
You're not doing it. I wouldn't say you're doing it wrong, but as with all things, there's always room to improve it. Besides, I'm assuming you are getting a benefit from it. The aura did appear around you.
Well, at least I'm getting part of it right.
Mm-hmm. Now it's just a matter of getting the other part right.
Now the question is, did Reuven learn
Ah,
Apple?
let me try that again then.
Yep. Try again.
And he takes a deep breath.
Splash.
Well, no one else seems to feel anything. You see him stumble as he suddenly loses his balance
Just like
for
last
half a
time.
moment.
Where is Raven in relation? That is 1, 2. Hold on. What's the rule again?
For what?
Acrobatics?
For what?
Effectively doing an intercept?
Why are you intercepting Calm Mind?
No, to catch Paddock from falling over.
It would be combat or acrobatics, I think.
Athletics or athletics?
Acrobatics, athletics.
Acro Athle.
Then, yeah, no, he definitely just kind of goes from point A to point B quickly, using his tails to grab Padrock and stand them back up right before they hit the ground.
Hey, quick question. In
Ah,
relation to using the spray bottle on a TARDIS, what would you call him? Bad Red Snake? Or Ruby Snake? I don't
Good
know.
question. I don't know.
okay.
Yeah, right?
Once more.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a deep breath as he leans into Reuben's tails. This time, the other side of Calm Mind rocking as he breathes out.
Good. What are you rolling for, Glacy? Have you heard it?
Oh, I wasn't rolling for him. I was just rolling in general.
Okay.
That's for me.
So instead of a water drop, it was a water splash. Just like last time.
Lemma splash.
And how do you feel now?
I feel alright, I guess.
Not dizzy? Tired?
No, no, I feel fine, I guess.
Good. I do know for a fact that going too calm can very well lead to unexpected side effects, such as passing out, falling asleep.
Huh.
And doing that in the middle of combat can be concerning, especially to your ally. And they may come up with, he glances to Akua, very creative ways to wake you up.
Out of character, I need you to remind me of what this was.
Don't worry.
In the middle of combat.
Nothing. It's being silly. Don't mind me.
Oh, okay, so it's not referencing the previous campaign.
No, not referencing anything. Just
Okay, okay. Let me try and work the problem out then. You just see Kua give his like low mood perking up as he gives a wide sprint towards Reuben. What? It was effective.
it was effective. But you could
Nobody likes an overachiever.
It was effective, but I think you took way too much joy in it.
Look, paint washed out eventually.
Eventually.
Hey, I got just as much paint on myself. Thank you.
You can see Reuben trying to be upset, but eventually just bursts out laughing. He can't. He just shakes his head and just moves on. Anyway. I mean, compared to last time, you were only able to boast to your special attack, but I can see a slight difference that you may be able to take a hit now.
I think that was just a bit off balance last time. I'm sure if I tried harder, I could have gotten it, but it doesn't feel as complete as yours.
No, I can't say it does. It's as though one half of your body is getting influenced at a time. So we need to find not only something to calm you down, but something to balance, so to speak. Utilizing Calm Mind, it allows you to ignore most things that may come your way, but also be able to send back the same kind of energy. Using Calm Mind typically means you can do both. You bolster both of those at the same time, but it seems you're doing one at a time. So I guess next time we do this, as we're trying to do this, I want you to continue working on this. Because you're getting better, because last time we didn't even see you get this other side. It was only out of character. You were literally only rolling ones the entire time.
I know.
Yeah, he didn't roll a 2 until the very next session that he used it.
You can tell that it was only working halfway, but now you have the other half working. It's it's basically teetering at this point. So you're getting better. You just gotta find that balance. That said, I think there's enough focus on you. Killa, go ahead.
Kua nods as he turns to Levi, motioning the Draco to take a step forwards.
Okay.
So, you want to show off your stuff?
Sure. Let's see. It feels a bit easier now. And as I say that, I'm also looking to find certain information. There we go. So Levi decides to roll through the entire gauntlet of his skills for as a dragon type, being specifically first moving up and showing off energy from Dragon Tail, which is you can see him running closer before leaping up into the air and striking the target pretty hard once he lands on it. Energy welling up quite effectively from point of arc to the tip of his tail and slamming right into the target. And there, just backs up. How was that?
Good work.
Next move. Let's see. And as usual, he would take a moment to try and center himself this time before flipping up onto his hands and proceeding to spin rapidly.
Out of character, is this one he's shown Kua before?
He's shown Kua. He's most likely shown Kua both of these before. Be it there's both of his dragon type moves that he knows and has mastered, but you know,
gives the Draco to a big thumbs up. Excellent. You got in quite the form there.
Thanks. Now, the last one that I haven't exactly been practicing it though, but every time I tried it so far, it's been comfortable. I've been practicing getting better with energy transfer. So, I'm going to adjust this again. And
what a roll.
It wasn't a 20 this time.
It was very close to it, though.
He concentrates his energy into this tail before, like, because you just seen like whip his tail around, put it in his hand, and as he's focusing, taking a stance, trying to not overly sell it, but just calmly allow the energy transfer to happen before opening his eyes and blasting off another Dragon Pulse at the target. But given the close range, he actually does get caught in the blast back a bit and has to back up.
Watch me do a flip, guys. Just gets blown back by his flip.
Kua gives
no standing.
Kua is going to help catch the Draco Chew. Well, you are managing to get this down, though. As risky as it might be, you could try one or two out in the field. Gonna have to get used to firing those off at a faster pace eventually.
Yeah, though, I think I got this. Just, so I felt the transfer go a lot smoother than the last time I tried this, and
He out of character. Why is that at will?
that's not the official move yet. That's
Okay.
that's him trying.
Why is that at will? It's not the real one.
Yeah, that's not the real one.
Okay.
That's still the attempt one, but maybe I should try it in the field, but I think. Okay. Concentrate energy. Aim. Righteous Fury. Right. And he looks at the target again and just measures himself out, like pointing at the target, pointing at himself, and just measuring it as he backs up a bit more. I think I can hit it from here.
Yeah, that looks around right.
And I'm gonna whisper something to Padrock real fast. There.
The
I'm off.
former one.
All right then. Makes it more authentic anyway. With that, he's going to focus again, and as he tries to fire it, it fizzles out. It doesn't work. See. Huh. What was I doing wrong that time?
You didn't quite clench the energy correctly. It kind of went, instead of coming out of your tail in one direction, it came out in a few different ones.
Levi just said, as he was about to ask, what do you mean? You could see a bit of draconic energy come out of his mouth before he spoke, and it's like, I see.
You know, gardening hose.
Isn't that the thing that they use every now and then to water the plants around here?
Yes. So, it was kind of effective as one of those would be if you poked a bunch of holes in it.
Huh.
Rather than the water coming out in a concentrated blast, it was coming out all across your tail.
I see.
It
All
looked
right.
kind of like you were going more for that swiping move of yours.
Okay, let's try this again then. He puts it back. He puts it back in position and and attempts to focus it before. And as he looks at it and sees it happen again, he just exhales in frustration. More fire, more draconic energy coming out of his mouth. It's like, I've been doing this right this entire time. What's going on? Okay.
Ko will just place his wing gently on Levi's shoulder.
Look at those double sevens.
I know it can be a bit tricky, but just about learning to go with the flow. Don't
He's
worry.
trying for.
I'm certain you'll get it.
Wow, he rolled 10 twice. I didn't realize that.
Yep.
Wait. Huh?
Yeah, when you used that Dragon Pulse, you rolled 10 twice in a row.
Oh, would you look at that?
I thought you noticed that. That's why you said the same thing happened.
No, like I said, something happened because it wasn't above 15.
Mhm.
How coincidental that one, huh?
But he's going to close his eyes and just think, like, okay, just don't force it trying to impress. I guess just go for it. Done it before. And
Critical miss!
he as he tried to just ignore the fact that trying to force it, he forced it. As the explosion is, he tries to get the draconic energy out. It goes off. It goes up, loops around, and comes right back and hits him.
Whiplash, if you will.
Which effectively puts him on his back again.
Ko's gonna catch him before he can hit the ground proper. Mm. Yeah, the beam can snake around a bit if you're not careful guiding it.
All right. One more time.
I like your spirit.
I'll let he's actually take it. Come on. Roll 20, please. Oh, that's why it's acting up. There we go.
Also, Luke Lazy, not sure if you saw, but I did type something just after what you said.
And
Another one. You were just being bullied.
So another attempt and another explosion on Levi, and he falls over in pain. It's like, okay, ow.
Maybe we should take 5.
Yeah, probably. Either way, out of character. I'll be right back for a moment, right?
Oh, okay.
Even though you increased the rate of success, it still decided to slap you in the face.
I'm just gonna roll a thing.
I'm very curious what you're rolling for.
I'm sure we'll find out.
All right.
I have returned.
Hey.
Matt Russ.
Okay. So, Padrock,
Yeah?
I do have one more thing I think to do unless you want to shift scenes to someone else.
Was thinking like having I don't like exit scene, but do you have an idea for the Rixon?
Break.
Like Padrock.
Oh. Simply put, meeting these guys.
Brixen? What Brixen? There's no other Brixen other than you, Padrock.
No, like my mind's like, I mean, there's you.
I'm nowhere near.
And could go find you.
Uh-huh. Sure.
But yeah, taking time to go say hello to these guys and, actually get to meet them. Because they kind of exist and we don't know.
So.
They exist.
They're-
We still
they're
haven't talked
one-
to that Leafy on.
Do you want to lead off with that then, Russ?
Yep, unless someone else wants to do something. And or if anyone else wants to get involved. Asking for Apollo, Caster, or Luvi if y'all want to join us.
Let me move my icon over.
Join us where?
Basically, meet Team Jungle and Team Turbo in the training yard. Not fight, just meet and greet, since we never even talked to them before.
Sure, why not?
At the moment, Aluvi is kind of preoccupied.
No worries.
Talking to Ariel.
Mm.
I just figured give at least you two something to do. But as Apollo walks over, he'll see that Paddock's fine. Levi looks like he's been blown up a few times.
Oh, hey, you two.
Hey, how you doing? I'm in pain. Basically, Levi's saying that too. Apollos is right there.
He's vibing.
Fair enough. Though, Apollo, quick question.
What's up?
He looks over and points to the team over there, nearby. You ever talked to those guys before? Like, do y'all have team leader meetings or something like that?
No, I have not actually.
Huh. Neither have I.
We've got somebody's attention.
I do remember talking with you once, Apollo.
It's been a long time ago, and again, I've been a little busy as of late. So apologies if I've already forgotten.
Apollo, jeez.
We all have.
It was in Indicus Town when we were at my cousin's grave.
Right, that was you there. Apollo reaches a paw up and rubs at his head. I'm sorry. Mega Evolution kind of took it at me the other day.
I think everyone's been busy, but my name is Laneth. I am part of Team Jungle.
I need to remember that.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That the barrel over there, his name is Theo. He's our leader. Then we have Dennis and Nelly.
Fair enough.
We haven't quite been on as many big missions as you guys have, but we are a silver rank team.
Hey, Silver Rank's pretty good.
I'm certainly not about to look down on that kind of stuff.
Then those guys over there, those are Team Turbo. That's the leader, Darren.
Huh.
Then we have Ruga over there. And Vera. Then Luther. They're a gold rank.
That would explain a lot. I think they mentioned that Team Turbo was. Was either Team Turbo or you guys that were picking up slack for us when we were recovering from one of the missions.
No, we both have. We often
Oh.
work together, but I think needless to say, we've been in the forest quite a bit dealing with these green freaks.
Now you've been having to deal with that.
Someone has to deal with them, right?
Yeah, if it's not us.
Ah, yes, they've assumed the formation of Moon Rune.
Who?
The two teams, like, if you look at where they're all standing, it kind of shapes out to look like kanji. Before it was a D. Till the gator moved.
I mean, sort of. A little backwards, but you know.
I
Oh.
can see it.
What have you guys been doing?
Well, I
Would
guess
you believe
first-
us? Would you believe
ahead.
us if we told you that we fought the God of Time the other day, or at least the next toughest thing from that?
No. I did hear about that, yes. It is a little hard to believe, but well,
Look, if I had one of those fancy little boxes that people use to preserve a moment, I'd show you. But I don't.
Padrock holds up his staff.
Oh, right. You did you happen to have that as a memory?
Padrock stepped forward. I could help you project your memory of it.
Go ahead. I got a good look of it.
Literally a case of how could I forget?
Padrock's gonna turn to. Sorry, Glacier, I'm bad with names. Can you remind me the name of this guy?
the Grova?
Yep.
Lenith.
Would you like to see it?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Padrock's gonna hold up his staff between Levi and Lenith and say, "All right, just." He's gonna say to Levi, "All right, just focus on the gem and push your memory of the event into it."
Use your psychic powers.
Push my memory of the event into it. Okay, let's see. How the hell do I do that? He looks over at the Padrock before thinking about I'll figure it out. And just stares at the gem. And it don't take long for him to start thinking back on, everything that's happened in regards to fighting that thing and the trauma that came along with it. And the physiology of the creature.
As Levi starts to picture the event, see through it, a light would seem to shine from his body into the gem. As on the other side of the gem, you'd see something like a projector light of green light playing over the Grovile's face as the Grovile would start to experience the memory from Levi's perspective. Almost like, I guess I'd compare it to a dream-like state. Experiencing a dream as he sees the memory playing out. Yes, and that goes until Levi finishes with the memory, the light fading, dimming as Laneth is brought back to reality.
He just kind of like blinks a few times, looking a little confused. Why is Dialga normally that color?
No,
I'm going to roll Pokéed. Wait, actually, no, we do know this. No.
That's strange.
Well, mostly that color.
Supposed to be blue and white, not blue, white, and red.
Well, Lacey actually mentioned that during the fight. Apparently that was one of his more ancient forms. And the colors we would know him as today is something a bit more modern.
She mentioned something about like a Suicune and like a weird Velociraptor thing. She was getting really delirious at the end there.
Somebody stop me right now.
Was that what she was muttering on the flight home?
I hate what you're referencing.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Damn it, Artie.
Haha.
I can't say I really understand any of that, but I imagine you guys fought the God of Time. That's hard to wrap my head around.
It's not that hard, especially when you consider the fact that we have a freaking tally at this point of how many legends we've had to deal with.
I'm almost jealous.
Don't
You
be.
shouldn't be.
I suppose so.
It's like, look, I'll put it like this. You're dealing with missions that I wish we were dealing with. Meanwhile, we're heading out every day wondering what in God's name we're gonna see and if we're gonna be dead tomorrow. So, yeah, I wish we were doing what you were doing.
At the same time, can't particularly say I enjoy fighting distortions either. Especially when they seem to be getting some sort of sapience.
Okay, so it's not just us who's been noticing that.
Almost as if they know what we're doing, know about us. Does that make any sense?
Padrock throws his hands up in a finally someone gets it. You know, when we first started those things, the people who were supposed to know anything about them kept insisting that they didn't have any intelligence of their own.
I can't really say I understand them, but starting to see some patterns.
Yeah, they seem to be getting very personal.
Personal's a fun way to put it.
Have they tried mimicking people your team knows yet?
Other than my cousin. But
Oh.
yes.
We went up against some of our parents on the way to that fight. It was a weird experience.
I can't really say I know too much about my parents. If I did run into them, I wouldn't have known. But I definitely recognized Nella.
How could you? How couldn't you?
I just hope she's in a better place than these things. But I don't want to talk too much on that.
Aye. So, if I may ask, what kind of role do you play in your team?
Well, I'm something of a scout. I sort of hide among the trees and look ahead on things. See where we should go, see what any potential targets might be doing, and I also tend to forage for resources.
Always useful. Someone who knows the lay of the land's always great, especially if you're a nomad.
I don't really know about Nomad, but I've been around a fair bit.
Fair enough. Excuse me.
It can be pretty
Before
nice.
I was going to say before I continue, Caster, you want to say anything?
No, nothing. No.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just wanted to make sure wanted to make check in.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Queasy.
It can be pretty nice to be able to understand at least the Force a bit more, even if they're getting a bit out of hand.
Music.
Music.
There we go.
Fair enough. As for, I guess we can all talk about our own individual parts, I suppose. He's still looking over to the.
You're getting a little muffled.
Huh?
Yes.
You're getting really muffled.
One moment.
What the heck? It's like his voice was suddenly just getting covered by a pillow very slowly. Like, what was that about?
Tony, get off Bryce.
Tony just kind of leans over his head like, come on, time for sleep. Why are you not in bed?
Welcome back.
Still a little muffled.
Are you speaking now, Shiro?
How about now?
Yeah.
Good.
There you go.
Okay, sweet. Okay, where was I? Right. I suppose we can talk about some of the stuff that we're good at. Like, for example, for me, for the team, I am aside from a little bit of scouting here and there, I'm usually the one for dealing with computers or fighting. A lot of fighting. I'm not the hardest hitting. That go to our leader, I suppose, but I'm one of the more versatile fighters on the team. What about you, Patrick? You want to share anything?
I mean, what really is there to share about me?
Quite a bit.
Nah, I'm not all that special.
I mean, come on now, Patrick. You're amazing when it comes to ranged offensives. You're very knowledgeable in things that most people would just kind of scoff at. Yet, it can be very useful. It's a good example. It's a good example.
You just projected Levi's memories out into the open for everybody to see.
That too. I don't think anyone else can do that.
Out of character, I would know. Like, it would have been projected just into Laneth's head.
Point still stands.
It's what they call the spooky ghost memory system.
I guess I can argue with their caster. No, I wouldn't be able to quite do without Grandma's staff.
And do you think anyone else here could actually use your grandmother's staff?
No.
Then I think I'd like to say you're special then.
He's not wrong.
I'm not winning this argument, am I?
Love yourself, damn it.
He doesn't say anything, but he has the expression when he said no.
Hadra, no talk me, Angie.
Wait, come back.
She's like, no.
Let's see. I mean, you're also our resident sleep agent.
Sleep agent?
And at that, Levi just has a cheeky grin, just looking at Patrick.
You just see, if a fire type was sweaty, Patrick would have a nervous sweat at that.
Just bonk him over the head and be done with it.
Moving on. Who's next to introduce themselves?
What about you then?
Was that
You.
Apollo or me?
You.
Well, you may not recognize me like this. He gestures down, towards Purple Vap.
Squish.
But my name is Castor. I am Aaron and Vulcan's son. Let's just say I had a mishap with some of the zealots, and it forced me to evolve into this. I'm our generalist when it comes to knowledge. I know a little bit of everything. Well, a lot about everything.
He's smart as hell.
Well, you and I
Yeah.
are alike in that regard.
Beyond that, I tend to specialize more in status moves, trying to surprise, poison enemies. Beyond that, I can tank physical hits pretty well.
Maybe you and I can train someday.
Hey, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Speaking of poisons, you ever hear this old tale of... What was it? I think it was in a history book somewhere. Some old king who took poisons to become immune to them.
Wait, what?
No, I know, out of character, I know what you're referencing. I'm trying to remember what that king was. What was the?
Mithridates.
Yeah, it would be fucking Greek mythology. God damn it. All right, and then he gets right, and he gets captured and tries to commit suicide by poison, but now he's immune to poison. It's a fucking Greek tragedy. What do you expect?
Yeah, that's a tragedy, all right. Having forced to live with yourself after poisoning yourself.
Well, yeah, because he was going to get tortured to death anyways.
Ooh, yeah.
Imagine your antibodies decided that very moment that you were going to survive this torture.
Nope. Not
The
torture.
torture of living.
Live, damn you, live.
Pro revenge antibodies.
Pro revenge, yeah.
Either way.
Sorry, we got slightly off track. I remember this. I remember the story. If I evolved that way, it would have been much kinder.
I wouldn't mind trying it out a little bit. See if maybe I can build up my amenities in sort of a way.
Wait, does that actually work?
Maybe. If it doesn't, I have plenty of pecaberries.
Don't use toxic, caster. You can resist the urge.
Do
Do
it.
Don't do it.
He's just gonna spits at him, just like,
Caster successfully resists the urge.
no.
I
I wanted
rolled.
to see him do it.
I tried. I rolled for it.
Yeah, you did roll for it.
Lanix just gives a little smirk to him.
Probably for the best.
One of these days, I think you and I can spar sometime.
Probably for the best. So who all's gone? Me, Levi, Hadrock. Go on, Fearless Leader.
Yeah, what about you then?
Oh, I know what would happen.
Well, as they all say, my name is Apollo. I am, in fact, the leader of Team Eclipse, as well as the son of Artemis and Moria. Apollo says before reaching a claw up and adjusting his collar. As far as my job on the team, I'm the finisher.
Levi just looks over and just adds on. If he's gonna hit something, he hits something freaking hard.
Judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, very interesting. And what did you do before this one?
Well, I was growing up in Cassia Town with Castor over here. You could say he's like my tail, always following me around from one misadventure to the next.
And half the time, I'm the one who has to clean up your damn messes.
Oh, come on, you've made a few yourself.
The groan.
Well, he's got quite the tale of his own.
I'll say.
I've never quite seen a fur Vaporeon either. It's very unique. I suppose that does come with type change, doesn't it?
Yeah, type change. Let's go with that.
Yes, and nothing else. Saying that out of character. Sorry.
If you're concerned, yes, I saw the things that happened outside town earlier this week. No, I'm not worried. So cast those aside. With all the things that we've seen lately, I don't think anyone can really judge, can they?
I suppose not.
Well, if you want
So-
someone to confide in sometime, I'll be here too.
I'll consider it. There's a lot. There's just. To say there's a lot to try and figure out and understand is an understatement.
I can bet it is. But I'll do my best. Hell, before I had this team, I didn't really have anyone myself. Parents died, and I never really got along with many people growing up. I was always sort of, I wouldn't say shy, but awkward.
Makes sense. Though, you seem to get yourself surrounded by decent people.
Yeah, I don't know what to do without these guys. They may be pretty nutty, but we get along. They come around when they need to.
Details aside, feelings mutual.
Aren't there supposed to be 5 of you?
Yeah, where is your other guy anyways?
Good question. Our resident shield and medic is a bit away at the moment. Did you two happen to see Olivia underway here?
No, I was a bit absorbed in my own thoughts. Apologies.
No worries. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll get a chance to meet Olivia sometime in the future. I mean, unless they just come around the corner right now.
Sorry. No such luck there.
Maybe a Padrock said it.
Huh? Not like I can make stuff like that happen.
It's like some third, sixth sense of the universe. It's like when Padrock says it, suddenly he come running. Why would that be?
Wow.
Look, Olivia's not just about to come running, okay?
There.
What's that popping noise?
I heard the popping noise too.
Shush.
Like,
I thought you were about to like pop somebody into existence out of nowhere like that.
Like I genuinely went back and checked to make sure before. Like, wait, did they actually do that?
You had me worried. Makes like a.
Oh, either way, I got a question for you guys.
I'll see if I have an answer.
I mean, I suppose for all of us. Any chance you may be willing to go on a mission with us? Or, I suppose for Apollo, any chance you'd be willing to work with another team from here?
At this point, I'll take whatever help I can get. If
I
half the
wouldn't
things I've been hearing about Team Jungle are to be believed, you guys aren't half bad in the field.
I wouldn't really mind trying it out. See how you guys are sometime.
Feeling is mutual.
Hope you can keep up, though.
That hasn't exactly been a problem for us lately. Apollo is giving a bit of a smile about that.
Levi, meanwhile, is just grinning. Are you calling us slow?
Well, I haven't seen you guys, so I wouldn't know, would I?
No? I don't believe you would.
Guess we have some catching up to do, then.
That we do. Though, I think it'd be best to say, in regards to getting to know each other better, for the sake of one of my friends here, probably not through friendship by combat.
Thank you.
Don't worry. We don't spar that much. Not like we really needed to lately, anyways.
No,
We've had more than a few sparring partners in the field, typically in the form of sparkly green things.
Squigglies. Speaking of squiggly, I just realized there's one right next to me.
Okay. Huh. So yeah, sparring partner, the kind that don't hit back. At least they do hit back, but they don't complain. Though I can't help but every now and then make the mistake of not knowing what the heck to do against those guys, just from the nature of their existence.
It's me. That's been a thing with everyone.
Yeah. Eventually I'll figure out all the tight matchup, stuff like that. But until then, I'll just stick to taking classes from Caster.
It takes a lot of time and effort to memorize it all.
Believe me, even I forget sometimes. I'm usually the more knowledgeable one in my team.
There. I mean, hey, given my affinity for computers, I could probably just look it up, I suppose. But I'm not exactly sure if all the information in the library can just be, according to one of Eden's theories, compile all the stuff in the library down to a computer.
Would be need to be good.
Someday, perhaps. I mean, I know we can send messages at least. But for the time being, probably should let you go, because it seems that your team is... Well, what is your team doing?
We've mostly been trying to figure out where to go from here now that everything's gone to hell.
Oh, you too. First time?
Wish I could say it was.
Either way, for us. Sorry, go ahead.
But, no.
Well, you know what they say, keep an ear out for the, what you call it, rescue board, or request board, or... What the heck's it called again?
I did hear about that
Request board?
request board, yes.
That thing. Keep an eye out for it, because they'll have places to go and things we need to do and stuff like that. And we can figure it out from there.
Indeed. Well, if we ever come across a mission that we want to go on together, then perhaps someday we can.
Of course.
Hey, here's hoping. Until then, stay alive out there.
Trust me, dying's the last thing I have on my mind.
Words to live by.
Or you take care of yourselves.
Probably should go find a Luffy before things get too far. I'm gonna do that. That said, before I actually go and do that, time check.
Yeah, it is
It
getting
is
pretty
4
late.
minutes.
And I
Clocking out.
almost fell asleep just now.
Yeah, I bet you're clocking out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
meeting early
Yeah,
tomorrow morning.
yeah,
I have a
okay.
meeting at 6 a.m. So
Oh, fudge. Yeah, no, let's go and stop.
sorry.
Yeah.
Cease and
Very good.
desist.
We'll call it a session here.
We can just remember.
Well, that's the end of session 46.
Okay.
But, yeah, any more that we want to do, we can do in downtime, and there's always the various sparring partners that you guys can do offline.
Why is the live
Yep.
dice on?
Matt?
Your live dice are on.
Yeah, they tend to come on when I switch scenes. But, yeah. What do the players think? Caster.
I'm a little frustrated with myself that I was so distracted. Beyond that, there's just it's like it feels like it's a good thing and a bad thing, where we have like so much to sort of explore and it's all kind of opened up. For it's less a bad thing, I guess, and it's more overwhelming. But
What do we do
overwhelm-
now?
It's like, well,
What
it's
do we do?
like, well, shit. Yeah, exactly. Well, shit. Now what?
So many options.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Horde, they come for us.
It'd be something to sit down and discuss, like what I
Mhm.
want to do, how I want to do it.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I guess part of me would have liked to be able to give more constructive input as like Artie or Moria or Pan, but that's like a minor nitpick. It was all much more reactive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not like it's a good thing or a bad thing. It just kind of is.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I was a little concerned, because I was like, you hadn't said a word after you pulled your head away from the table. I'm just like, I need to pull him in somehow. And that's when I just kind of pointed your direction.
Good eye.
Juggling characters is hard.
Trust me, I know. So, Levi.
Two things. One, check chat, Glacy.
But he's up
And-
in chat.
And two, I had fun. I what the hell am I trying to say? I recognize the fact that improv was a bit more improv was a little bit difficult here and there. But that just comes with the nature of, hey, this is a whole another situation that we have no idea what the hell we're doing. I did have fun with like trying to weave stories where I could find them, so to speak. from little things of what I did with Kua and Riven in the field, which, by the way, thank you, 8,000. That was funny.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't catch on to that. It was
No worries.
improv, but
Yeah,
I
no worries.
had fun with that too. Thank you.
No worries. But if it wasn't a little thing like that, it was me considering how the map looked when we ended the last session. That's when I'm like, wait a minute, I could probably have Riven throw that in, because usually he's either A, flying on Kua's back, or B, in the airship when traveling. So it's just like, talk about it, bring it up, throw it up, and see what happens. But yes, I had fun. It was a great time.
Work the words.
And finally meeting the other team that lives with us is also a good thing.
Yeah. They need more love.
They do.
Leafeon too.
We'll get to them later.
Team Sunrise. So, Elodie, what you think?
Oh boy, what do I think? That little tidbit you threw in my direction, kind of threw me for a loop. I'm like, okay, how would he actually react to this? Took me a little while to get like a good idea of what I wanted to do and what he would do in this instance, and I'm like, okay. Then came the thing where it's like, right, I need to try and get in contact with Jirachi somehow. How the fuck do I do that? It's like the only option that he hasn't explored yet is just going back to the place he found him.
Just make sure to not sleep.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't have to solve another big-ass puzzle and find another distortion.
Oh, that's the thing. It's like, I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, I may not even have to actually talk to him. I could just look deeper down into the, the blessings that we've been given and be like, maybe. So I didn't get much further than that, but hey, we can get there.
Maybe.
I could probably use it as a excuse for trying to get something. I don't know.
But, Apollo, what do you think?
I was not particularly happy with my performance for factors that are outside of my control. So this was very much a session I needed to take a back seat on, and I'm kind of happy that it panned out that way.
That's fair.
Sneaky boy.
So we'll see what happens next week. But, yeah, I can't see straight right now.
Been
That's
there.
funny. Your name is that way. Why can't you see straight?
Oh, because I am straight.
Look in the mirror.
God damn
Look
it.
in the mirror.
Either way, make sure you get some rest, brother.
Yeah. Pat. What do you think?
Some of the vagaries during the explanation was a little bothersome, but it's nice to have an answer of what's kind of going on here. And oh boy, is there a sense of rush now to get things out. Hopefully we'll be able to balance out with actually having time to get character story things done.
Yeah. Well, we are now in the second half of the campaign, effectively what most games call the World of Ruin.
Oh, fun.
Also, Apollo, Vin has challenged you, saying you're not straight right now.
It is Snickers.
I can beat this in just one fell swoop.
Okay.
Correct.
Oh wow, that's like petty not times 100, man. Jesus.
You know what? Good shot.
The grammar Nazis.
She don't get it.
But yeah, anything else you want to say, Paddock?
I guess we'll have to talk about plans during games, but
Yeah.
really, because I think I know there's stuff that we didn't quite get around to this session, but I think that'd have to be like if we do, that'd be stuff in session that wouldn't really work well doing in downtime.
Yeah. Definitely something to plan towards.
Mhm.
So I think with that we can get on with the pictures. We have a few.
Pictures!
And straight.
Yes.
If you want to post your thing too.
Yes. Let me get right on that.
I'm pretty sure the first few is yeah.
Oh,
Master Sense is a tingling.
Hey, Glacy,
Hmm.
do you want to show the piece that I got from Stick?
Shtick.
You can post that.
I already posted in the other channel. I can.
Thank you for the
Game soon
information, said yes.
here.
But the first two are from Crimson. Little memes that they made. Then a follow up.
My disaster sentences are tingling.
I sense a disturbance in the force.
Accurate.
And then another
Thanks.
follow up from Crimson.
Yeah, he went wild this time.
I welcome it.
And here it is. He got the steel chair! Where's Nightfire? He needs to see this.
Hey, Caster.
Hello.
The joke went through.
Yes. Excellent.
And not one single fuck was given about the fact that they were bullying two Delphoxes.
Don't worry about the Delphoxes. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't worry
everybody
about the
ignores these
future sight you
Delphoxes.
just took in the face.
Shut up.
I'm surprised nobody beamed him from the fucking heavens with that.
And after that, a meme from
And-
Taika.
Pay no attention to the fact that I just got Independence Day, please and thank you.
So, now we have a meme from Taika. And I hate every bit of it.
Yeah.
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 So, then we have a picture from Crimson, who... Didn't they make an armless Shiro?
You
We
mean?
did indeed make an armless Shiro.
Yeah.
Well, after
Or
that, they
Bryce,
decided
yeah.
to make armless Padrock.
The Rock.
So good.
Rock out with Padrock.
See?
This feels like a specific style of something, but I just can't place it.
It's from a
Pokemon
video
Rumble?
game, if I'm... Yeah,
Alright.
it was from a video game, wasn't it?
You say that, my mind's immediately homestuck.
Oh no.
They have legs.
And
Fair.
then after that, we have
It is-
another.
It is the fucking Homestuck no arms. God damn it. No.
Not again.
Oh my god, you're right.
Uh huh.
Then we can move on to another meme from Crimson, because they went wild.
Yeah, like I said. Oh no. They did another one while we weren't looking.
Danica's strange things having appeared like Buzzwole.
Don't you mean Buff Bug?
And then after that...
Bro.
Meanwhile,
I'll be
Apollo
like, I'm dying.
Hey, Apollo. Straight,
Yeah.
you there?
I'm here.
You see it?
Yes, I do. I definitely do see it.
Glacy be like, that's a mood.
Yeah, you told me.
So, after that, Ninja Blade decided to post a meme.
Oh?
What? I don't get this meme, honestly.
I it's like the Dialga showing up after the fight and the wheel run away.
No. Like
Everyone
I
panicking.
I'm talking about the image itself. I'm like, where does this come from?
Oh.
I don't
The
remember.
olden memes.
Yule. Days of Yule.
Because I remember this happening with Harry and Gunny, and someone did an image of exactly this image style, and they both had a cackle about it.
This is just a classic old image where someone set the right picture to make it look like the guy at the back is floating and the person running away from it.
Fair enough.
So, next we have a picture from Straight, made by Fuff.
Oh,
Tough. We got Foof.
we got Foof.
Oh boy.
Yeah, boy. Oh
Oh,
hey,
this looks great.
Has mine come in yet? Let me try.
it's like, oh hey, now you got a new thing for token.
Yes.
Oh, hey, it did come in. Cool. It's not ATS related though. So
Yeah. And
It's like
then...
it's like he goes from nom to wink.
wink wonk.
It's a very, very cute Mega Absol.
Agreed.
It's like I'm super serious, guys. I swear.
Although, technically, didn't he have blue eyes?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I need to message him about that.
That's an easy fix. Just change the hue.
Yeah.
Why does he have wings? It's a Mega Absol.
Yeah, that's what Mega Absol looks like.
But they can't actually fly with them, and I am forever sad.
They can glide though, can't they?
Nope.
Nope.
What?
They're purely vestigial.
That was
They're
rubbery.
in lore. Their wings are basically raised for manifesting from the extreme power that they project.
I'm sorry,
Because
but that's
Megas are
highway
uber
rubbery.
strong. And then we have one from 8000, a picture by Sticklord.
Yep. I am so happy with how this turned out.
Stick. There it is.
Which,
Yeah, I need to
Which-
give my Electrofox a little bit more love, and Stick really knocked it out of the park by showing working on one of his engines.
which
See
is
what-
where Eaton also gets this new token.
Yep.
One that was actually dedicated token. So there you go.
And then I'm gonna show off a new picture that I got from Belle.
Also Sparky
Oh.
Tail.
Of course, Sparky Tail.
Oh, this one, it's so cute.
That's precious.
When did this pop up? This wasn't in there a moment ago.
I posted
I-
it right at the end.
You sneaky little.
I'm just over here watering my lychee berries. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure. You're over here growing them out in the place that, like, Aluvi was not even that far away from.
It's actually a garden behind her house.
To find the moment that she finds time to actually do this, you know what will happen. She's gonna do nothing but that and make the biggest possible garden they can get for these.
I'm gonna do it. And you can't stop me.
I mean, we
Explains
can,
the
but
channel points,
probably
yeah.
shouldn't.
Lychee berry channel points.
Doing to me. So, I believe that's all the pictures we have.
21,000 lychee. I mean, I can toss in the one I got from Fuff. It's not strictly
ATS related.
ATS related. It's like tangentially related. Hold on.
Huh? What is it?
Give me 1 sec. Let me save it to the appropriate spot.
Yep, that is why my channel points are lychee berries. They are only the best berry in the world.
Aluvian is herbal
Liz is going to
recipes.
bury herself in her berry collection.
Man, Aluvian here over here with his herbal remedies, and it's just like, I got these. No, they're not lychee berries.
Oh, we can show that. Why not? Here, have another picture of Fuff.
Oof.
Oh,
Say somebody had a wedding.
well, that's cute.
Is that Aphrodite?
Yeah.
Cute. Oh. So, yeah, I believe that's all the images I have now. Mako is taking the week off from streaming, so who do you think we should raid?
Let's see. We have Selendria currently doing Nexumon Extinction, and the Chew is streaming art.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Let's see.
And some dork named Araya Silverstone is streaming tabletop RPGs. I thought you might want to know.
He's weird. I wouldn't suggest following him.
They sound like an incredible nerd. like capital N nerd.
They sound like a glutton because they keep going on about lychee berries.
So, I think we can raid Selendria. Why not? Let's go after Sister. And, yeah, as Straight said, they are playing Nexumon Extinction. It's a Pokemon style game that I've seen a bit of. It's pretty neat. But,
It's
yeah.
also really hard.
But yeah, I hope you guys have fun with Selendria and have a good time. We will be coming back next week, same time as usual. So, hope you guys enjoyed, hope you guys have fun, and we will see you then.
Same lychee time. Same lychee time. Same lychee place.
Same lots of time, same lots of place.
And raid.
See ya. Good night, Stray.